Hey guys! So Brotato has an update. We got an update on Brotato. Paws and Claws is the update. So there's this new character, but I gotta do some stuff to unlock the new character. A couple things I've already done, so hopefully I get it. I don't know how far off I am, so we'll just have to see. So, I'm assuming it's there? I don't know. I think I didn't have that last one anyway, so I'm not 100% though. So, let's go ahead and maybe do one that I haven't done, because I have a lot of these on Danger 5 completed. So maybe do one that I haven't done on Danger 5, or do a completely, just one that I haven't done at all, maybe. I'm thinking maybe just one of these ones that I haven't done on Danger 5. Ignores dodge and armor. Screw that. Techno Mage. Let's do it. We're going Techno Mage. Techno Mage. So there's always some sort of like negative, obviously, unless you do well-rounded. I think that's like the only one. Where the hell is my mouse pointer? Yeah, I think that's like the only one. I swear the last time I played there was a mouse pointer. Oh, there is a mouse pointer. What the hell? You guys can see it. What the? You guys can see the pointer and I can't? What the fuck? Good job, Windows. Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, that ain't the game. That's Windows. I can see the pointer. I can literally fucking see it. That's... So, if you guys remember, I showed, on the screen for the first time the other night, actually last night, I showed how I fix a little bit of a problem in Windows. So clearly, again, what they're doing is they're sitting here screwing around with something that they know causes a problem in Windows, and they saw me do it for the first time. So that's what's happening here, where basically for the first time last night, I think it wasn't like last night, it was like, it was yesterday, but it was like earlier, I think. It was the previous stream, and it was basically they saw me do something where I would normally hide this, and obviously the reason is, you know, clearly it shows or doesn't show certain things, and so this is why they want to break this. And so clearly, obviously, they've gotten this to the point where it's broken. I can't even see my mouse pointer. So give me a second. Yeah, because I was literally just in the game. Yeah, I think it's just that they broke it. I think it's just broken. I was literally just playing the game too, and it wasn't like this. Interesting. Right at the start of the stream too. Fascinating stuff, isn't it? Yeah, just no mouse pointer. It's gone. So yeah, I will not be playing with a mouse pointer. That's fun. It's gone. It's literally just gone. So this is just the latest hack that has broken Windows. So you guys can see the mouse pointer. I cannot. I can't see that. I can look over here and see it. That's why I know you guys can see it. I can't see the mouse pointer on my screen. I have no idea where it is. And this is that endless problem that Windows 10 had this, but this is also why we know they copy and pasted the framework, because it has this endless problem that it always had, where, again, it's a multiple monitor thing, where, again, because this is full screen and Windows can't get scaling right, it does not do 16:9 right. I just told you this recently. It, like, literally, if I do this, I can see my mouse pointer now. I can see it now, but you guys can't. So now I can see it, but as soon as I click on this screen to try to interact with the screen, gone. So this is a scaling issue, a multiple monitor issue, where again, this is the whole reason why games started doing borderless windowed mode and stuff like that, because they got really sick and tired of Microsoft never fixing this. So they created this whole solution, borderless windowed mode, and somebody again saw me do that last night in that stream, so now they've hacked it to where, yeah, this now completely breaks it. So that's the point. That's why, again, I know that these are streamers attacking me, because the point is they want to know how I'm doing certain things, because they don't know how to do that. Like, somebody's breaking something for them, and they're actually this dumb that they're sitting here, like, they're actually causing these problems. So that's the point. They worked with these scammers that they shouldn't have worked with. And so now these scammers are just breaking something from them, and now they come in here and then bring them in here and they cause the problem for me. I fix it, but unfortunately a lot of times what happens is, you know, it gets shown. So that's you know, first-hand example. Literally, like, again, I really want to reiterate that I just played this. I actually just played a full round and it wasn't like this. You have a mouse pointer. And obviously you guys can see the mouse pointer. You guys can see it. I cannot. So very, very interesting. Now I can see it, obviously, if I put it in windowed mode. Like that's the point. If I do this, well, the mouse pointer's there just fine. But now the screen is like tiny, and it's not scaled properly. And as soon as I do that, it's gone. So, like, again, this is just Windows trash, and it's not NVIDIA, obviously, because I just played. I mean, that's just Windows trash. Yeah. Wow. So yeah, just throwing that out there, that if you're having that problem, that's what borderless windowed mode is for. That's why they do that in games. And again, while you guys can see the pointer, I cannot. That sucks. And it's not a Brotato issue, because I just played, like I said. I wasn't doing that. And obviously you guys can see it just fine. You get what I'm saying? Let me try one thing. No. No. Sorry. I was just trying to see if game capture was showing it. It's really strange. Alright, let's go. This is pretty fucking crazy though. Just no mouse pointer. I have to look over here. So Techno Mage is gonna start with melee. Who's saying do a wand? I'm gonna do a wand. So we're doing danger 5, right? Let's do danger 5. Here we go. Good old Microsoft. Boy, man, you're just firing on all 4 cylinders, aren't you? Man, you know, it's funny because 4 is the bare minimum, right? Like, so why do we even say that? 4 cylinders. Yeah, like, nothing has 3 anymore. Yeah, I mean, like, way back, things had 3 cylinders. Yeah, like, look at this. I need a mouse pointer. This is absurd. Okay. I think I'm good. Do I want that? I don't want to lose any health at the moment. Yeah, that's so that's such a bad. That's so bad. Because that's, I mean, that's clearly Windows doing that. Like, unlike, like, unlike. 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 I hate the fact that I can't stand the fact that Windows 11, like, they got rid of WordPad. They got rid of WordPad entirely. Just WordPad's just gone. And then, while getting rid of WordPad, they have, you can't, again, nothing, you don't screenshot anything anymore. I talked about this. Yeah, it's the snipping tool now. You don't screenshot anything anymore. You do a screenshot thing, and the snipping tool thing comes up. And you're like, oh, cool. Now, I'll be honest with you, I am using a different hotkey that I normally do because this keyboard that I'm using, unfortunately, doesn't have a freaking, you know, print screen button. So, I'll admit that I've even had to look it up a few times because that's the hotkey I've always used in the past. And now I can't use that. But, regardless, it still shouldn't do that. Like, that shouldn't change anything. It should just copy a freaking screenshot as it always did. Like, doesn't mean anything. It's just the same hotkey. There's a different hotkey, does the same thing, sorry. Different hotkey is the same thing. So it just doesn't make any sense. You get what I'm saying? So, and obviously I do a fair amount of screenshotting. Obviously you guys know I do a fair amount of screenshotting. So, can we just copy a screenshot now to the clipboard like we used to instead of snipping tool? No, I get it. They're like trying to throw all these features at you and you didn't ask for them. Who likes the snipping tool? Raise your hand. Haha. There's nobody here to raise their hand. No, but really, I mean, seriously, who likes the frickin' snipping tool? Who asked for that? Nobody asked for a snipping tool. I'm just saying. Like, why are we bogging it down? And then, again, Windows 10 was... It's the same thing, and I called it. It's the same thing. Windows 10 was starting to get stable, and they're like, alright, now Windows 11, let's push for that. And then, bam, Windows 10 goes stable. As soon as it starts to get stable, bam, let's push for Windows 11, Windows 10 becomes unstable. It's every... same pattern. How do you not realize, how do you not notice a pattern? And then the same company is seemingly buying out other companies that have that same sort of pattern, follow the same sort of makeup. Almost like it's a advertising gimmick that, you know, they're irresponsibly using to trick, you know, unknowing shareholders. You get what I'm saying? I mean, people would definitely lose faith if they understood certain things. And then so they just, you know, sit here and try to get streams taken down and throw shade on people and stuff like that. Like, they're so shady. Everything they do is so shady. And even you know, a few channels recently were pointing out the fact that that they only just now said that they're gonna start doing what was it they said? They're gonna start doing things to benefit the users, the customers, right? They're gonna start like something like that. They actually said something. It was just something like that, like basically like something they should have already been doing. Like that should have been their motto. You know, like it shouldn't have been something they have to start doing. You know, like there's a couple of channels that I've seen actually calling that out, and like, you know, like that's the stuff Microsoft's saying now. Where it's almost like they don't understand how to be nice, to the point that like they think that a statement of being equal and fair is somehow like, you know, like them taking a step forward or something in you know, R&D. And you know, I'm trying to be positive about it. I hope that, you know, just like everything I've said, it's a matter of them actually doing something and taking what people are saying and moving forward with it instead of being jerks about it. But again, what happens what happens every time I talk about Jedi Survivor fairly? What happens to me? Okay? Like, I'm actually legitimately trying to help. I invested $120 in that game when it first came out. $120. And you think I wanted to take a dump on that game? I paid $120 for that game, and you think I wanted to take a dump on it? Are you kidding me? $120. It was the one game where I was like, I'm never gonna do this. I am never gonna pay over a certain amount. But because Fallen Order was so good, and I had such faith in it. Listen, you do that to a fan base, I have every right. You doubled the price. You doubled down. And I bought into it. I looked at it as it was an investment, too. You know. So when you do everything else right, but then you don't have a well-executed product, you're the same as any one of these people that, you know, is kind of going around to You know, there's other chefs doing it too. I know I mentioned a specific one, but there's other chefs doing it too. You're the same as any business owner in a restaurant that isn't recognizing some basic problems that they're doing wrong. Where all these chefs can go around and sort of point things out that they should already know, and they're just choosing not to do it, and kind of being like, oh, I don't have no idea what the problems are. I couldn't possibly have any clue. And, you know, it's just like all the people, all the fans and stuff like that of the games that are saying the same things. You know, they're telling people what's going on with this stuff. And so, you know, like, the point is, at any point, the developer could just listen. And then people... Yeah, alright, for example, the Sonic the Hedgehog movie. Sonic the Hedgehog movie was a perfect example. The fan base saw that trailer and went, what the heck? And then they took it on the chin, went back in and redid everything. Redid the eyes, because let's be honest, the eyes were creepy. He wasn't Sonic, he was some creepy hybrid. It was strange. And they had to redo that. And they did. They took it on the chin, said nothing, redid it, and it was like everyone went and saw it. The fan base was very thankful that they were willing to do that. And now, what? 4 movies, right? It's successful, right? People love it because they did what they should do, accepted that this is what the fan base wanted, took it on the chin, went and made the adjustments. 4 movies. Who gets 4 movies? And successful ones, too. A lot of people seem to forget about that. Star Wars is another example where you just had to give that in-between trilogy, the episode 1, 2, and 3, you had to give it time. People just wanted to, you know, wanted it to be those first, it's never gonna live, you know, I mean, they were not understanding nostalgia is all. And then once people understood, you know, I think they kind of got over that. And everybody's starting to kind of look at that differently, and I'm glad for that, because those movies were actually really good, I think. And a lot of people just didn't respect the fact that they were never going to be necessarily as cool and interesting as Luke Skywalker's story, or something like that. You know, I mean, like, that's the whole point. That's why they started there. So, you know, like, that's cool, but, like, then, you know, the idea is you have to understand, does the fan base understand it or don't they, and have the balls to either double down on that, on what you know is a good idea, or not, maybe try to change it and mess it up. I don't know. But my point is that there's times where they get it wrong, and you have to know that. You have to understand that. Unfortunately. It sucks, but sometimes that happens. I've seen people do it with, like, albums, with, like, artists and stuff. Like, for, like, years, they'll hate an album or something like that, and then somebody in the band, unfortunately, tragically passes away, or something happens where something very serious happens where people reflect on how they were toward the band and stuff, and then they start listening to it all. Why did I like that? You know, or a movie, you know, or a movie where an actor passes away or something, and now they go watch the movie and they're like, oh, why did I feel? It's like, man, would have been nice if you would have just, you know what I mean? Like, I understand if something's really bad. But if you're inclined to dislike something, you're inclined to look for reasons to dislike it instead of actually disliking it. That's all I'm saying. And a lot of people do that. With a lot of things. I have to admit to doing it at times. We all do. We all do. It's true, though. So, I'm not really sure what I gotta do for... I know there's a few objectives I have to do, and like I said, I actually did a few of them already. So, hopefully, I don't... I'm actually... Alright, so there's a jelly shield. They actually put a jelly shield in here, so that's really cool. And I haven't seen it yet. I think I have it, too. I think I have it unlocked. I'm pretty sure I saw that I got that unlocked, so... I should have that. So I don't know why I haven't seen it yet, but we'll see. Okay, I like that. I might need to get... My luck's 28. That's not that great. So I need to work on that, I think. I don't know why I locked this. Why did I lock this? Probably because it just was... Ooh. It just was probably one of the better things I was getting. That's a new one. There it is. There it is. That's a new one. Fireball! Alright, we'll get rid of the wand now. Oh man, we got a boss here. Wave 11 too. It's gonna get tricky. I think we have 20, right? We have 20 waves. I had a pretty successful run before I streamed, so I wonder if that has something to do with it. I actually got a bunch of objectives done. I had a pretty successful run. I even got like the item where like it gives immunity where you don't take, like the first hit that you take each round is null. So I actually had that for a while. I kept getting really good items here, so maybe it is my luck, and you know, my luck was considerably higher. So, and also that has to do with it has to do with negative modifiers too. If you notice, my lifesteal kind of sucks, my engineering sucks, my damage is terrible. My damage is literally at 0. I'd rather not lose the HP. I like the dodge, but my dodge is 33. I'm getting rid of that. There we go. There we go. Oh my god. Oh, thank you. Thank you. See, you gotta be careful with this one. This one seems cool, but special enemies appear at the beginning of the next wave. So, you know. Look at the cat. Look. I love it. His guns are like vibrating. It's a mad cat. That's so great. That's great. It's a cool update for sure. Explosion damage, hell yeah. Alright, we got some lifesteal and some crit. I think I'm actually gonna get crit chance. I have 0. Oh my god. Always get that. Always get that. Oh my god. Should have picked that up first, I'm dumb. But that's okay. If I get the rocket launcher, what I can do is sell my other one, and then it'll duplicate. But we'll see what happens when I wave 12. Do I want to keep that? Yeah, I'll keep that. We still have a few waves yet, so. I mean, I'm sorry, but enough's enough, man. I really don't like sitting here trashing Microsoft, but I just, and I'm not trying to necessarily say that. I want to help improve, but just, man, I've been saying some of the same stuff that is still a problem for a long time, man. Long time. It's just denial. They don't want to admit that they knew it was stuff that they didn't fix. Like, it's just a matter of being willing to do that. Because the point is, when you fix things, like, alright, so like, you have to understand from their standpoint, once they release a product, for them to now go back into sort of R&D mode to fix said product, they have to take resources from further updates and further stuff to improve the product just to fix it from what it was. So it's expensive, and so that's why a lot of times it's hard for companies to do that. However, I'm not sticking up for them. I'm just saying why as an affirmative. That's all. However, obviously, they still need to accept and do that. I'm just telling you why, though. And do I want to? I'm wondering if I just want to do it with like a taser or something and keep my other rocket launcher. Maybe this one. I was supposed to duplicate it. Maybe I'm just not understanding how that one works. Thought it would just, like if I re-rolled, another one would show up. Maybe I had to have 2 slots open. Okay. Didn't know that. If that's the case, my fault. I think that's possible. I probably really screwed that up. That's okay. I don't need that shotgun. There's another chance. I'll go ahead and lock that. Alright, so next wave I'll probably try to go for the crown. Alright, here we go. I got the mirror now, so I gotta pay attention to that. Whatever I get next. My fault. That was a dumb. I shouldn't have done that. That was a dumb. It was a dumb. It was my a dumb. I need more harvesting. Like, there's like no. I need more trees to be planted. There's like nothing. There we go. Oh my god. So it is only items. Okay, I see that now. That was my mistake. I see that now. It is only like passives. My fault. My fault. It's not counting weapons as items. My fault. My fault. I should have realized that. That was a dumb dur. I like this though. I like this because if I duplicate that, I'll get 40 luck out of it. That's what I need. I like the trident. I do. I'm just not sure because I don't even have another one. Speed up. I don't think that's worth it. See, I like that, but my damage isn't there. The metal detector? I can't really justify losing the damage. Well, that's worth it. Alright. Here we go. Had to pick up some more passives there. I really didn't have a whole lot going on. So I'm glad that that little round happened there with some normal ones. I am getting my luck upgraded, so that's affecting things a little bit, but we got some normal items there, and that'll help. Because I just don't have a good basis of maintaining any type of tanking whatsoever. And that was what I was doing the last time I played, actually. I had a lot of stuff to help me do that. I could, like, walk right through the middle and just take, like, a little bit of damage. I can't do that now. Heck no. Can't do that at this time. And again, some of that, I was playing with well-rounded as well, so some of that was the fact that he doesn't have any of those negatives. So -8 luck. My luck's at 103. I like this. I'm fine with this now. I'm gonna grab that. Ho! 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 It's time to start acting on some of this stuff. Look at this. That's crazy! That's expensive too. I don't know that I'll be able to afford that, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna strive for it. Probably won't even be able to get it in 2 ways. Maybe if I... Look, I'm gonna have to sell something, but it's not gonna... see, look, if I get rid of that, 43, you know? So, hopefully I can get it soon. Oh, that is cool. So again, big update for Brotato here. As you saw earlier, we even have like all this new stuff in here. I can come in here and look at the codex. As far as options, this is different too. It didn't used to look like this. They've definitely like made this look a lot better and more accessible. When you come in here, you can see where you're at. So if you see in the bottom of the screen, we have a progress bar there. So you know, obviously my little techno mage is down here. If you see right there, that's our progress right there. So that's pretty cool. Oh jeez, can't see where it is. So yeah, big update for Brotato here with what they've been, you know, again, I think there were a few updates since we've streamed it last. So that's why I say big update since we've talked about it last, and you know, some of these things have been smoothed out and updated, I should say. So, you know, I'm just pulling out some of the things I'm seeing. And I like that they added that little progress bar in the menu. I like the way the menu looks now. It's easier to find things. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, attack speed. Oh, we're at 5. So I'm gonna lose 5 on my damage. I wanted this earlier. I don't want it now. I'm okay on luck now. I'm gonna do something about my engineering, actually. Just in case here. I really want to save up for this. I don't want to go crazy here. I'm gonna do... No, see, I'm not even gonna do that. I'm gonna just wait. I want this. So hopefully we're okay. My bad. There was so many arrows. There was so many arrows. What I mean about not being able to tank this. Ah! Ugh! Holy crap. Alright. Don't have enough. I really want that, too. It's sort of pointless now. Ugh. See, this is just cause of bottleneck. And I think that actually happened because it's causing a bottleneck because I don't have enough for this, if that makes sense. Technically, I'm not I'm saving up, so I'm not doing anything each round. So it's actually kind of bottlenecking on my build here, and that's kind of why this is happening. I just really want that. That's really cool. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna end up getting it on the final wave. See that. I want to see that. It's gonna be awesome. They are just like incredibly OP. Those when you get those you know, sort of legendary ones. Oh god, they are OP, man. So this will be cool. Oh my gosh. There's a lot going on right now. I need more turrets, too. Tyler's all by himself down there. Alright. I can't afford to lose the speed, though. I can't. I want that. Man, it gives me that damage. Alright. Screw it. Alright. Let's get rid of the taser. I don't have any doubles, right? No, I don't. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be awesome. There we go. That'll work. Alright, here we go. Holy crap. It was worth it. Look at the damage on the left. Here's what I'm wondering. Why is it not tracking the damage of my pet and my turrets? Why does it say null? That's what I'm wondering about that. Because, like, I mean, they're clearly doing damage. I'm just wondering why it says null. Like, why isn't it tracking it? It's weird, isn't it? I mean, like, why would you even, like, even if that's a setting, why would you have that set like that? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so, like, alright, fine, maybe it's a setting, but, like, why? Why not just have it on? What the heck? Why would you want that? That's kind of weird. Nailed it. I didn't get anything. Unlock the Catling gun. So, do I have to keep using that one hat? Bonk, dog, bottom, mine. Maybe that's not it. No, it is. Because it's not that one. So I have loot worm items. I think, again, I got the jelly shield. I just haven't gotten it yet. I have that, I think. Wouldn't it be in here? Why? I have this stuff. I don't have this stuff? That's weird. I mean, I clearly have the wrench unlocked. Buy this item once to unlock more information. So do I have to do all this stuff after having gotten this codex thing? Because I've gotten this stuff before. That's really weird. That's the flamethrower. How would I know that if I hadn't? You know what I mean? Like, huh. Okay. Yeah, like that's the pruners, right? The scissors. I mean, like obviously, like I've used this stuff before. Huh. So I think so. I think that's what happened. I think they reset some of this for you to get objectives. Oh yeah, look at this. Some of these enemies too. Like, what the heck? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I would have had that. Oh, jeez. When to run with a stick. Okay. Yeah, I need to look at this. Here we go. All right, so maybe I'll just start going down the list here. I swear I've done this. I swear I've done that, but I guess not. With Farmer? Maybe I haven't played him. What's like? I want to. Not the characters. I want to see the objectives. Okay. While at maximum health. I can probably do that. I have to work on harvesting, get trees and stuff. Okay. There it is. There it is. I was like, where is this thing? Finally. I was looking for it for you guys. It's awesome, right? I think that's awesome. So there's the loot worm too. So leave at least 20 materials on the ground at the end of the wave. Get hit by 3 enemy projectiles in 1 wave. So again, I have these. So I should just get them in the... You know what I mean? Just like I got this. When to run with Beastmaster. So I don't have him yet. I have to get him somehow. So that's the new guy. Unlock the Gatling gun. Okay, so that's it. So Gatling gun, Bonk Dog, Bottom Mine, Blaze Mander, and Loot Worm items. Well, there's the Loot Worm. There's the Gatling gun, obviously. So I have 2. I think that's kind of the gist of what I'm figuring out. I have about 2. I'm not seeing the other ones, but I have 2, it seems. Ban system. See, that's how I knew I had some of this stuff. Because they have the Techno Mage, you actually get that, the Particle Accelerator. Isn't that freaking cool? So, that's how I knew I had some of this crap already. I actually have the guy unlocked. Alright, so, that's fine. That's fine. That actually gives me something to work on. So, let me think about this. Actually, which one do I want to do here first? I'm just gonna maybe do the stick. I'm just gonna start going in order. Because I'm not gonna get any of these unless I get a chance to actually get some of these items already got, I think. So, the stick was one of them, right? Where the heck was that? Win a run with a stick, right? I don't know where the heck it was. It's on here somewhere. With sick. Win a run with sick. Maybe that's what it said. Did I misread that? I bet I misread that, didn't I? I did, didn't I? Shit. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, I'm just gonna have to do some of these. Shoot. There he is. Who has dodge? He has dodge. Ghost. %70 or higher. But dodge is capped for him at 90%. Hold on. It just says 70%, right? Reach plus 70% dodge. So I can do that. Because I've already used him, so I can use him. Let me just see if there's anybody I haven't used. No, I think that's actually the best bet. I would just use somebody, but that's going to be the best bet. So that's why I'm going to go with that one. Let me get a drink here. Alright, so we're gonna start at least plus 30% dodge here. We'll just go with the scepter. I guess I can do danger 5, doesn't matter. It's supposed to be random. Hold on. Why is it doing that? It's really weird. It's supposed to be random. Yeah, like, there's definitely some things not working about this game that would normally work. That worked even, again, just before streaming. I've talked about that before, too. I've definitely talked about that before. Alright, here we go. I'll just go down the list of maps, because... backgrounds, I should say, because it's not randomizing like it should. And I mean, you know, you got framework issues in Windows. You can have all kinds of issues in games that cause corruption. It's just not... the game's not communicating with the system properly. It's that simple. Here we go. Alright, so... we're at plus 36 for dodge. I went plus 70. Trying to get some dodge here. All right, I'll just go with max HP. Let's go with laser gun and baby elephant. Yep. 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 All of it. So trying to get to a dodge of plus 70, we'll see what we got here. I'll have to actually get items with dodge, so I'll have to actually get that first. And doesn't necessarily have anything to do with luck, because luck's just going to increase rarity for the most part. And armor too. Alright, let's do that, let's do that, and let's do that. There we go. You see the little rat? That's great. Okay. Do that. I like that actually. I'm gonna lock that. No dodge items. Interesting. Alright. Man, still no dodge. Shit. I need to buy a wrench, don't I? I need to do that. Maybe I can do that. This is one of the things I have to do, apparently. Because, I mean, it's not like I've never gotten that item before. It's just one of the objectives, apparently. That's what it said. It said to buy the item. Just for it to show up. Oh. A little bit there. Okay. You know what? I'll do this. Get rid of that, and see if that does it. I like that. And let me just re-roll here and see if I get anything for the... Oh, that's pretty good, but... Nah, I think I'm just gonna skip that. What the hell? Well, the whole game just quit. Yep, the whole game just quit. Yep. So, there you go, guys. There's a perfect example of, you know, again, them sitting here trying to cause a problem. The whole game just quit. So, I mean, that's absurd. What the fuck? So pushing the enter key on start the round quits the game, guys. Yeah. And so if this isn't an obvious, like if you're not seeing the obvious meddling here, them knowing I was using the keyboard, that's why they did this. They caused this specifically so that they could cause that. So I just, again, it's quitting the game every time. There's nothing to do with anything. Do you guys see this? Literally, the game is broken. I'm literally just clicking a button and I can't even start the round. It's literally broken. What they're doing is they're using what I told them, what they now know, to cause, again, Windows to scale wrong and for me to hit some like, hidden quit button. That's what they're doing. So again, if you see my mouse pointer here, it is where it should be. Okay? It is on go, okay? But it just quits the game. So I'm going to report this to my lawyer. I am going to actually stop here right now and report this to my lawyer. This is very serious. I actually can't even play the game. The game's just quitting. And again, you guys know I already can't see my mouse pointer. I've already told you that. This is very serious. Yeah. Now, we already know that I've talked about certain channels that do this, that mess with people. So, Scammer Payback is one of those channels that has people that mess with people and cause problems. So, I'm going to go ahead and contact my lawyer. I've done what I need to do to protect them. They're the ones getting death threats. And people are making me see it. And they're harassing me causing this. So I'm gonna go ahead and contact my lawyer and redocument the time. But there's no doubt in my mind that they are just breaking games for people because they have admitted to doing this on the stream before. So I'm going to go ahead and call my lawyer and document what's happening here. Again, this is a game that I paid money for and I own. And they're breaking it. It's destruction of property. I own this game. So, you know, again, just literally destruction of property. I mean, first it was the mouse pointer. Now I physically cannot even continue the round. I can't click go on the wave. It quits the game. So again, you see where my mouse pointer is, okay? You see where it is. Just quits the game. So again, I will be contacting my lawyer now. This is very serious. So I'm actually documenting and sending some screenshots and stuff over to the lawyer, but what I'm doing here is confirming that the button in the game actually just quits the entire game, even in windowed mode. Again, the screen will be not even close to what it should be. As you can see, it's very small. We are in windowed mode here, and again, I try to click this and the same thing is happening where hitting go on the run literally just quits the game. So again, this is a scam. This is where, again, I have told you that running game capture with your games has data running through it. And I told you, I confirmed just the other day that they can sit here and they hacked my system and halted the views of the upload of the mac and cheese upload that I did. They halted those views just like they have been doing. Again, that's Scammer Payback doing that. They have some sort of really weird personal thing against me where they're just like attacking me, and they have been attacking me. And so, again, I suspect that, again, it's because they're fucking stupid and retarded, and they won't listen to the fact that, again, these scammers are, again, just using them. But again, they are attacking me, and they are doing all of this, removing all the views, attacking my channel, and harassing me. They are doing it, and it is very obviously illegal. Again, what they're doing is they're attaching very illegal, malicious trackers and cookies and stuff like that. The hack that I had the night before, again, my internet and there's a remote desktop on this running on this system here, and again, I did stop it, but that next after I uploaded, again, after I uploaded, I had that happen and I stopped it. But the next day, again, you saw that post that I made where they were again just using all of the internet, just taking it all the way down with again, malicious trackers, cookies, that sort of thing. And again, I very obviously fixed that. But again, now they have used this thing where I've told you again that game capture actually has data running through it to your game that it allows OBS to use. And it doesn't matter if you tell it not to do that, it still has, because it's game capture, it is doing things with the game. So they because I was using that, and again, this is why I wasn't using it for a while, but this was again to show you what will happen. And so you can see firsthand here how, again, because the game has data running through it from Stream software to the game, they can actually sit here and impact the game and break the game because of game capture actually allowing game access. And again, they're just doing all of this through, YouTube, through the fact that I am streaming, and they know, that I am streaming. So that's all that's happening here, and that's what they did there. But again, the point is that if I have it on if I just put this, as a window or something like that, then we run into the issue of Steam and various other platforms constantly showing data down here, as you know, where people are logging in, and that's why they're doing this. They're trying to harass and scam and get information on people that you know, so that they can do the same thing to them. And this is what they do. They will actually sit here and infect people with cookies and trackers and stuff like that to get them to see their streams. They actually do this. And so the whole point is that it's a full-on manipulation where they can sit here and dominate the platform illegally. Like literally using unfair means to actually get ahead of other streamers. And they're actually doing that. So again, not only are they framing this, they're taking the cookie from the cookie jar, where instead of just helping people and not filming it and stuff like that and getting a cookie for it, they're making tons of money off of this. And then again, it also, in addition to that, sitting here and harassing people all the while, masquerading as heroes and stuff like that, because again, they're just framing it as stopping people that are scamming people, except they are scamming the entire platform. They are scamming anybody that doesn't understand how it works. So, again, it's just like politicians, except, again, they're sitting here and using the fact and framing it for some sort of agenda, propaganda nonsense, where you just don't understand how stuff works, and they're fooling you. Did you see the slight shift in my bitrate there, where they're sitting here trying to impact the bitrate, and they're going to eventually sit here and start really breaking it up. That's what they're going to start to do. So I think it's really fascinating that the stream has had, again, at one time, 16 viewers. For a half an hour, we had 12 viewers. For an entire half an hour, we've had, in the teens, we've had 16, we've had 15. Again, for an entire half an hour, we had 12. You guys see 7 people right now, and TrashTube is, for some reason, only counting 60 some views. Again, 60. Again, you see 7 people just right now. There was 12 people in here for an entire half an hour. So 7 plus 12, that's already 19. Okay? And not to mention all these other times where we see 14, 8, 11, 13, 15, 13, 7, 6, 5, 7, 13, 12. All these other times where we see all these viewers, and you're counting 60 some views on the stream. Average view duration is literally 20 minutes. Everybody that's been watching watches longer than 20 minutes, and you're actually sitting here telling me. So again, also lying about the concurrence, because if that were true, there'd be more concurrence in the stream. Yeah, so eventually, as people watch, they buffer the stream a little bit. That's the slight shift in the bit rate, and make it so that you're not live. You're not currently live. On your stream buffers a little bit, and it doesn't count for concurrent. And this does affect trending. I've seen them do it when I've been watching Midas Touch streams. I've seen them do it when I was watching other live political streams. So, again, very interesting, but also, again, I really want to reiterate the fact that this is completely broken. And, you know, again, all I'm doing is trying to continue the wave, and it quits the game. So I've run into this recently, too, where, again, they're breaking the PlayStation controller. And the PlayStation controller has incorrect inputs. And, you know, you hit a button and it does the opposite. So, again, trying to break controllers and, you know, impact drivers and controllers and, again, hardware that would be plug and play and should just work. Doesn't even make any sense. It's literally that. It's as basic as saying this is go. So again, just wanting me to, you know, again, abandon this run. You know, to the point that again we're starting over. You know, again, this is like we saw a while back where we had these constant scams where again we would play a game where we would start down a certain path, like with Hitman. We'd get to a certain point in the freelancer run. We'd get all this progress done. We would announce what we're doing as we're doing it all along, so that way, you know, again, the scammers that are sitting here impacting the things that we're doing can sit here and start meddling around with those specific mechanics in the game. So as I'm saying what I'm doing and saying what I'm doing, they're very slowly making that part more difficult. And so, as you could see, I was not getting any dodge. I wasn't getting any dodge. I wasn't getting any dodge. I wasn't saying anything about it, but it was very clear I wasn't getting any dodge. None. And this is very odd. You know, before that, I was getting a seemingly decent amount of average amount of dodge here and there. But just, you know, again, after announcing that I'm going to go ahead and do this, this objective, I'm not getting any dodge. And so again, all after I don't get dodge, don't get dodge, don't get dodge, don't get dodge, oh, now a button breaks on the same screen where I should be getting dodge. Almost as if they're causing animation glitches, just like I've explained happens in Hearthstone. Where again, I very clearly had a card I could play, I would have won the match, but again, I can't simply click the fucking card. I click the card, it goes, you can't do that. Even though I can. I can win the game if I can simply use my card that I can in fact use. And so I click it, it's all highlighted in green, the game even knows I can in fact use it, but I click it, and it's an animation glitch that says, you can't do that. Just like this. Where again, it causes an animation glitch. They're glitching it out. No dodge, no dodge, no dodge. Just like the randomization in Hearthstone. Yep. So just constantly making the randomization as worse as you can get. The worst, the worst, the worst, the worst. So now, bam, animation glitch. Bam, animation glitch. Some of those cards just won't work now. Bam, done. Broken. Just like this. Where again, no dodge, no dodge, no dodge, no dodge, no dodge, buttons broken. Bam, broken. Just like the bullshit, where again, it's not even really supposed to do this thing, where the mouse pointer disappears just because I have full screen versus borderless windowed mode, but it fucking does. So clearly these are Windows problems that these scammers are exposing. Because Microsoft is that trash, they can sit here and just fuck around with stuff. Because Microsoft is this garbage. Windows 11 here. This is Windows 11. Unbelievable. So obviously, you know what we're gonna do here. We're gonna restart, but it's very clear to me that's what this was all about. About, you know, again, just like those progresses before, where I would try, and Hitman Freelancer, I get to a certain point, and then the entire run's botched because just like this button. And remember, sometimes it would be the game fucking just quitting. The whole game just quits. Breaks, quits. Crashes. Done. See, for seemingly no reason. And remember when I had enough and I stopped playing it entirely? Because the game was so fucked up, it wouldn't even launch for several months. And IOI couldn't figure it out. I was trying to communicate with them. They were like, we have no fucking clue. They could not do it. For several months. And I was reporting this. I was telling them about it. I was complaining about it on stream. They could have easily watched instead of being lazy as fuck. But no. So, you know, again, it just takes paying attention to the things that I'm saying and actually listening and doing something about it. I report this shit to fucking YouTube all the time. Microsoft has a fucking analytics and report system. For Christ's sake, Windows 11 is bogged down with shit like this. Unbelievable. And their excuse is so that it runs better. And it runs like trash. It runs worse. So, this was all to spoil the... Again, remember we had chill streams the other night? We've been having this relaxed atmosphere. So very clearly, it's to disrupt that. Very clearly, it's to cause this thing where we have to talk about these things that are disruptions. That are, again, just quitting the game instead of starting the round? What the fuck? Of course I'm going to talk about that, duh. That's a complete blatant hack. The game doesn't work. So, it's very clear what's going on here. Very, very clear. And, I just got off the phone with my lawyer. I sent some documentation over. We're going to continue working on this. You'd have to be completely stupid not to recognize that. And see how it just instantly works now. Instantly works. So, you know, just you know, at a certain point in the run, it's just not gonna fucking work and just be a data corruption. Yep, and then did you see the bitrate shift around? Did you see the bitrate shift around? So I will go ahead and get up and document that too. Give me a second, I have to go ahead and document that too. So I apologize. Again, they're just trying to disrupt the stream experience here. So that, you know, obviously, as you guys are watching and want to watch, and watch maybe later, you, like, tune out, you don't watch the whole thing, and it gets in the way of my watch time hours, and, you know, again, this whole thing. So it's just scams. It's just endless scams to disrupt your experience from watching my streams. So, again, there's no other reason. Every stream, something happens. Every single stream. So, just documenting for the sake of evidence later. There might be one more thing I have to do here. It's okay for now, but I may have to. We'll see. But again, if I announce what I'm doing, just like the schedules, just like why I can't have a schedule, just like if I announce anything I'm doing in a game whatsoever, if I say I'm gonna play this game, that's why I don't tell you guys what games I'm gonna play or something like that. You know, just like when I said something about some games recently, all they're gonna do is sit here and endlessly wait until I play that game. In fact, what they probably did is, as I was saying that on that stream, that's probably why I got so many views. They were sitting there typing stuff into YouTube to make sure as I would play those games, I don't get any trending. And I've seen stuff like that, where if I announce that I'm going to play a certain game, I don't see any trending. Just like at a certain point in this stream, they just start lying about the viewers. I start saying stuff, and there'd be more people in here, just like you saw. When I called out the scams earlier, and the views started skyrocketing. All of a sudden, they started breaking it and lying, and it's just locked at 4. Just exactly 4, no more, no less, just 4. Exactly 4. So, recognize that as it happens, and recognize that also that was happening right as the bitrate shifted around and stuff like that. Remember, we saw that slight bitrate shift as soon as I came back, and called out the fact that, again, it wasn't happening again. As soon as we saw it wasn't happening again, you saw the slight bitrate shift. So again, just knowing that what we're working on here and knowing that people are here, you know, again, for that stream and stuff like that, to watch me complete things, or, you know, again, to be here for the experience and stuff like that, they're just trying to disrupt that and cause a negative experience for me and for you. Both of them, everybody. Literally just scam the whole thing. You know, again, literal cancel culture, literal acts of terrorism, the sheer definition of a psyop. This is literally what they do. It's exactly what they do. It is all for this. And again, as I say this, as we talk about this, no, there's no difference in the view count and the concurrence. Again, we all know that's not the case. We all know that what you say, you know, there's going to be more or less people in the stream and stuff like that. This does impact the trending. So again, as I'm sitting here talking about this and we continue to stream, you can definitively count on the fact that YouTube has locked that concurrent count at 4 to lie about the amount of people in here, to scam and lie about the trending. And again, I did call out the fact that we saw all those concurrents in here in the teens, you know, 16, 12, you know, for a half an hour, there was like fucking 12 concurrents in here. And again, they're only counting 60-some of those views. So, yeah, you can see that firsthand. And again, we've seen this all throughout the scams, where what they do is it's for this reaction, where I would have a reaction, and if the reaction isn't crazy enough, outrageous enough, they do something else. So if you just noticed, we had 5 likes on the stream. The 5th like came off, and it's now 4, right as I said that. And then right as I said that 4th concurrent shifted out of the stream, and it's now down to 3, thus confirming the exact scam I said. This is the exact scam. All they're doing is confirming it. So as I would say this, normally the stream would trend because I'm talking about things, it's in line exactly with what I'm saying, it's very clearly the scam, and then the exact thing happens that I'm pointing out. A like comes off, a concurrent shifts out of the stream to cause the detrending and de-escalation that I'm talking about, to throw shade on what I'm saying, stuff like that. It's literally the entire scam we've been talking about. As soon as I point that out, remove of like, again, shifts down to 3. But then again, here I am talking about it, and bam, right up to 4 again. So again, you see the immediate adjustment, where again, they are ready to sit there and ready to lie about those views. And, you know, again, doesn't matter, you know, I'm just sitting here talking about it. You know, again, they are sitting here every second of every stream with bots ready to fuck around with those views. That's all that proves. Soon as I said that scam, as soon as I said it. And there's that 5th one, too. So again, as soon as I said that, and how many times have we've gone over this where this proved what was happening? We proved it. How many times have I gone over this? Yeah, how many times? I mean, this has been dozens of times that we've seen this. Dozens. Truthfully, dozens. Over 24. Like, you know, several dozens of times. So, you know, again, they've been slowly working on a keyboard hack. They are doing key logging. I know that. I can clearly see that. I've seen that multiple times. They are key logging. So, you know, it's just a matter of the fact that I'm aware of what they're doing, and I can talk about it. So again, that's a lot of what they're doing here, where, you know, it's a scam that gets the, you know, again, the thing to not respond properly. Again, they've been doing keyboard hacks for a while now. They've been doing keyboard hacks for a while now. And especially when I said that my keyboard didn't have the print screen earlier and stuff like that, this is what you need to realize. You know, well, after that, very clearly, this really big, you know, scam happened where, you know, it's arguably around kind of stuff like that, pushing buttons, hitting buttons in the game and stuff like that. I am doing it with the keys. So again, you know, rationalize these things and pay attention to some of the stuff that happens right after I say it, right after you see something. You pay attention to that stuff. They're just doing that based on everything I would fucking say. So again, Anybody that's doing this, it's incredibly illegal. Like, it's destruction of property. You're having, you know, you're wasting my time. You're wasting time of anybody I report this to. You're wasting. Again, I've reported. So, like, again, the whole point is that I'm being attacked. And I must report this stuff, and I must, you know, again, talk to people about it and make sure that people are aware of it. So again, I'm constantly reporting this stuff to, again, the lawyer. I'm constantly reporting how much shit over the years have I sat here and reported to YouTube, and they did nothing. They just didn't do anything. It's called laziness. Yeah, that's called laziness. So again, it's not a matter of not reporting things. It's a matter of people not doing anything. Like, I already pointed out to you guys the fact that I reported this to people that could do something about it, and they flat out trolled and made fun of it. You know, and these are the responsible adults in the room that have channels and stuff that help people with this. So again, I want to remind you that if that's what they're doing, it's fair to rationalize that they're participating in it. That you know, just like a corrupt politician sits here and takes advantage of people, if they can't make money off people, they don't care. And I think that's true. I think that there's a good number of them that are corrupt, and they're attacking people. They're just sitting here attacking people. And again, all I'm doing is having a good stream. Oh yeah, I'm happy and fun and having a good time. So let's harass him and attack him. And ruin his stream. And get everybody to think, you know, that he's mean and nasty because, you know, somebody that's harassed and attacked daily wouldn't, you know, respond and retaliate in kind when somebody is sitting here literally harassing and attacking them on a fucking daily basis. I mean, you're goddamn fucking stupid if you think that. You're literally goddamn fucking stupid if you think that. It's that simple. So. It's literally all that's happening. Daily basis, I am harassed, attacked, and stalked. And again, remember, it's because they can't actually do anything. You know, I'm a martial arts instructor. I'm frickin' sweet. People like me. You know, it's that simple. I help people. I have good content, good ideas. It pisses off these assholes that want to make tons of money off of looking like, you know, again, scamming people to look like good people instead of actually being good people. I've helped people my whole life. Did I record it and put it on the internet? No. Nope. So that's my problem. I didn't capitalize on helping people. So nobody knows. Yeah, that's the problem. I guess I should have just done that like everybody else does, you know. No. No. You don't do that. That's the point. ridiculous. These idiots don't even know anything about politics, and they're the ones voting for the orange idiot, too. Some of them actually are. They're stupid. And this is what you have to realize, like, these people all they know all this about stuff about code but they're just the same as everybody else that sits here and claims to be an expert about politics, but then doesn't know anything. They just double down on their complete nonsense of having no fucking clue what they're talking about. Like, yeah, again, they're there's too much irresponsible passing around of illegal things. They've made a joke out of going on, you know, and they did this. That's the problem. They made a joke out of, and they should have they should have known what they were doing. But they made a joke out of going on the dark web. They sat here and made devices and stuff like that, and people got them. You know, like, I mean, think about how many people probably have some sort of illegal, stupid device they shouldn't have that some pen tester gave them. And even that pen tester, it should be illegal. You know, they shouldn't even be able to use it, and they really can't, technically. But think about how many illegal devices that they've lost track of now because they're like, oh, here you go. You can have that. Or maybe somebody swiped one from them and stole one, you know, disgruntled employee. Something like that. Rogue pen testers. So I don't appreciate the fact that they did all of this while not seeking help from senators or something like that, where they seemingly just were so dumb with politics they didn't do it the right way. They just sat here and started doing stuff. And in reality, yeah, it is illegal. It's just that the problem is that the politicians and stuff like that don't know enough about it to know exactly why, and just the sheer gravity of what it is that's going on that they're getting away with doing so regularly. They're causing people's data to get connected. I mean, they're in it. Again, it's probably not on purpose, but again, doesn't matter. If it's inadvertent or not, it doesn't matter. It's still causing a problem. So if you're inadvertently connecting people's data and people are sitting here scamming with that, well, it's still your problem. You're still causing it. Let me ask you something. If you're a breach, and you're breached by a smart scammer, do you think that they would tell you, or do you think that they would sit on it and lie like you do? Yep, there's my bitrate shifting around malicious. I told you it was gonna happen. I told you. So again, do you think, again, if they got breached, do you think that if a scammer breached you, they would, again, make you aware, or do you think they would do exactly what you're doing and sit on it? Well, like, obviously we know the answer. It's sort of like, all my stuff's saying null. Like, why does it say null? Doesn't even make any sense. Why wasn't it tracking the DPS of my extra stuff? The heck? How does that make any sense, you know? I don't want that. I want ranged stuff. Oh, that's cool. See, now I'm getting dodged. Now that I announced that I don't care about it. See what I'm saying? Like, it's just a normal thing that should occur, you know what I mean? You're just gonna get it. I've clearly gotten it many times more than that last run. Look at all my passives, my turrets, my bombs, the sausage, all that stuff. This is null for no reason. Pretty trash. And again, I would think it's the game, except again, I played an entire round before the stream and it was flawless. Nothing on this happened. None of it. So again, like that's pretty obvious to see what's going on there when I played an entire round before the stream and none of that shit happens. Yeah. Kind of definitive. Notice how, too, after I said I want ranged, I start getting all melee? Did you notice that? Did you notice that? And my luck is 63. So notice how it's based on what I say. If I say something, I announce something. Just like before. Just like any other time before. If I announce it, if I have a schedule, if I say this, I say that. like, unlike, like, unlike. And again, before I said what I said, they liked the stream. Back up to 5 again. As soon as I said this again, they removed the like again. Oh, and now it's down to 3. Oh, now we're taking it down to 3. So again, what the fuck are we doing? That you're this... Again, that's not a normal behavior. Whoever's doing that, that's our scammer. Whoever's doing that, that's our scammer. That's who's doing it. It's not normal fucking behavior. Normal fucking people don't act like that. We're actually talking about real scams. You can see a real scam in real life happening right in front of you. Every single fucking time I click and go to the next wave, it actually quits the game. You're seeing somebody break the game. Something that would impact all gamers. It's very serious. And this person's actually sitting here playing with the like button. Like, unlike, like, unlike, like, unlike. Again, that's not a normal behavior. That person is doing this, definitively. Everybody knows how serious this is. Not a single person would sit here and fuck around with the like button, knowing again how serious it is, especially me mentioning the pen testers that I mentioned and the seriousness of the fact that they are getting threats. The fact that somebody is connecting the data. My bitrate just shifted around again just there. Why is that? They're getting threats. Oh, the bitrate shifts around to 11,000 slightly. It's 13, 14,000, 15,000, but I say, oh, they're getting threats, and 11,000, 11,000. Oh, they're getting threats. They're getting threats. Threats, 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 threats. They're getting threats, guys. They are getting threats. Threats. Threats are happening. Threats. These pen testers are being threatened. Threats. Completely absurd. Completely absurd, trash tube. Yep, and then confetti. Just like we always see. So not normal behavior. The whole point is, all around me pointing these things out, this scammer is doing all these things. Bitrate, emoji, likes, on off, likes, emoji, bitrate, likes, on off, emoji, bitrate, likes, on off. Gee, I wonder who's doing it. Gee, I wonder. Gee, I wonder who's doing it. All around me saying this one person is doing all this. Like, unlike, like, unlike. Like, unlike. Emoji, emoji, emoji. Like, unlike, like. This very serious thing is happening in this game. It's very serious. This is very, very serious. This is digital destruction of property. You've seen it right here. It's not something to joke about. This is something where, again, this is property. Somebody bought this and it doesn't work now. And now somebody else has destroyed this and the developer has to go in and fix it. That's time, it's money. It is absolutely a chargeable offense. It's just like somebody defacing a gas station over and 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 over with a sticker that says, I did that. That looks like a president. So again, I want to remind you of who's doing things like this. Who does things like this? Who do we know? And again, remember, Democratic voters don't do this. Democrats don't make a habit of going around buying Trump stickers and defacing gas stations. We don't show up when you know there's a vote count for the president and storm the Capitol demanding that people are killed. We don't do that. So again, what group of idiots? Oh yeah, 11,000, 11,000, 11,000, 15,000, like, unlike, emoji, 11,000, 15,000, like, unlike, emoji, emoji. So why is it all around this? And I'm pointing out and very, very obviously making this cult look very guilty right now. Why is all this happening as I'm doing this? Oh yeah! Confetti, emoji, 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 emoji. Why are they so triggered? Just like Federal Border Patrol agents that, again, assault somebody to try to get him to pull his gun out. They assault people to try to get them to pull their guns out. They research them beforehand, find out if they have a weapon, then they harass them, find them. That's all they're doing. So if you have a weapon and they know this, yeah, they're gonna stalk you and harass you and follow you around, yada yada yada, and they're gonna try to get you to brandish this, and if you don't, then what they're gonna do is they're gonna show up in for emoji, 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 ha ha ha, emoji, confetti. They're gonna show up in force, and they're gonna, again, try to trigger you. Oh, okay, so what does this person do? They help people, they're a nurse. Specifically, they don't like it when people take advantage of women. Oh, okay, so what are we gonna do? Oh, okay, so we'll start shoving women around this guy. We'll follow him, and as soon as we see that he starts filming, we'll target him. Because we know he's gonna bring his gun. Okay, so as soon as we see him, oh, we'll shove these women around, we'll shove her on the ground, and now we'll try to hit him and stuff. Oh shit, he's not acting how we want to. Okay, so everybody shove him on the ground and huddle around him so nobody can film. Oh, quick, take his gun from him, quick. Try to get it so they can't see anybody taking the gun. Huddle around him, get him on the ground, try to hide it. Quickly shoot him. Quickly. Confetti! 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 Like, unlike. Remember, the stream was at 6 likes, right? It was at 6 likes. Where did the other 2 go? It's now at 4. Confetti! Unlike. Confetti, unlike, confetti. Again, the whole time I'm talking about this stuff. Interesting, isn't it? Like, unlike, confetti. Bitrate slightly shifts, confetti, like, unlike, bitrate shifts. And the bitrate was malicious earlier. Conveniently, when I said what I said. The people are being, targeted on this platform. Conveniently. Oh yeah, imagine that. Yeah, you know why they're being targeted? Because YouTube's doing it. Yep. That's why. Yep. Literally YouTube. Yep. Because, yeah, again, why else would they ignore reports of somebody sitting on here making all kinds of threats and stuff for literally over a year? Oh, yes, remove a like. Because that makes sense. Right as I say that, again, the stream comes down from 5 likes to 4. That would make sense for somebody to remove their like right when I say that. Makes sense. Unlike. Just see how often it happens, guys. How often it happens. Again, not normal behavior. People don't sit in streams just going, you know, like just hitting the like button over. Oh, let me just make sure I unlike this now. I unlike this now. Oh, let me like it again. Let me unlike it again. Like, you know, like they don't do that. That's not what normal fucking people do in streams. So again, since this is at very convenient times, conveniently as I'm calling out these scams, and we know that this person's in here every second of every stream doing this, showing us this. Gee, I wonder if it's the scammer. Gee, oh yeah, confetti. We know who it is. We know who it is. I know who it is. It's the person I have been telling you it is. Except, I should just dox their information is what I really should do. Because that's what they're doing to me. They're working with a scammer, to dox my information. I should just dox them. Fact. I should do this. That's what I should do. Because I do know who it is. I should just do that. You know. But I actually have integrity, so I haven't done that yet. But, you know, I do know who it is. Yep, like, unlike. Well, this person was caught doing things before. They know that. That's why they're doing this. I'm talking about stuff. They're getting nervous. So they're just harassing me because they're getting nervous. It's that simple. Just like anybody else that would do that stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just sitting here streaming, talking about shit. What does that matter? What does it matter? Anybody, like, again, anybody that doesn't give a fuck, it has nothing to do with them, they would just ignore it, right? So why the fuck are all these people harassing me and causing these problems? Gee, I wonder if they have some stock in that thing I'm talking about. And again, why the fuck would you have any stock in, again, personal stuff that has to do with me and my family? Gee, I wonder. Yeah, gee, I wonder. Oh, gee, I wonder if we know who's doing all of this. We have a little bit of a better idea now. I could dox you at any point. I'm not stupid. I really could just dox you at any point. You've done that to me. In fact, I really should. I should. Because this person is showing me just how disgusting they are. I really didn't think they were this manipulative and dark. But apparently so. So apparently I should just tell everybody why this person's doing it. The real reason. I probably should. It's pretty sad that they're sitting here actually harassing me and causing all these problems for the sake of trying to not get me to say something. Like, what? Yeah, like, it's very clearly that. Like, they just want something bad to happen to me. That they're so desperately sitting here. Like, that's literally all it is. They are desperately trying to get something very bad to happen to me. That's it. And again, again, this person is so stupid. They're not very smart. This person really is not very smart. Yeah, they don't, like, it's one of those people that doesn't understand life. Like, they sort of have, like, regular problems, like, doing regular things, if you know what I mean. And then, like, look really embarrassing doing, like, almost anything. It's one of those people. And so that's why they do this. Because, like, they never worked on those things for themselves. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, they just take it out on other people. Because they view themselves that way, so they're like, oh, well, other people must, you know. So they just act like that and then become that. And so the whole point is they're trying to corrupt other people to get them to be as corrupt as they are. And then they all act all surprised when they don't, you know, when other people are better than them. They act surprised and double down. You know, like, they would have been corrupted far before. You know, imagine being harassed and stalked every day for years. And you just don't physically retaliate in any manner. You know who's doing it, but you don't physically retaliate or anything like that in any manner. Or lose your mind. You know, or anything like that. You just... And it's every day. So... you know. So yeah, I mean, obviously the mouse pointer thing, that's obviously the cause there, you know, and what happened the other night with the full screen thing, they clearly know how to do that now. So, you know, that's clearly something that they've been doing and working on for a while, and I know who's doing this. I do. Because it's the same person that's been pressing this and lying about this and scamming this stupid lie. Where this doesn't happen. I never see this happen. Never. And then you know, again, this person wants you to believe it's actually happening. So then they do something to make it happen. Does that actually happen? So, you know, it's about lying and getting things to you know, again, look a certain way. Yeah, I know who this is. I can see it. I can see it now. It's pretty obvious. So, you know, guys, the sad part is, I have a lot of people that I've been friends with over the years that I shouldn't have been. That, I would have been nice to them and I have helped them out, and all they ever did was take advantage, lie, and, you know, try to cause harm to me, and stuff like that. And I mean, there's truthfully so many people that have done this. There's times where I've lost track at times, because I actually am somebody that does help and try to help people and tries to, yeah, you know, just do things selfishly, selflessly at times, to you know, I guess the thought is that if somebody sees that's how a friendship's supposed to work, but most people don't look at it like that. So, unfortunately, it's just been the case where I think people silently have taken advantage of my wisdom, at times. You know, just the fact that I would know some pretty obscure things that, if the wrong person knew them, yeah, it could do some damage. And it's just about being smart. It's the sort of thing where I figured this stuff out, but, you know, obviously I'm not announcing it to the world. It's just the thing where, you know, you trust somebody or something like that, and you just talk about stuff, you know. So, I know that this is not news to the women out there, but to the men out there, I'm sure maybe some of you are aware of this, but, you know, I mean, there's a good amount of scams out there where people see a happy couple, especially on social media, and they see they're jealous of that what that guy has, and they want to steal the guy's girlfriend or wife or whatever. And it's just that. It is literally just that. They manipulate the person that is more easily manipulatable. We're manipulated, easily manipulated. Where again, that person might be more inclined to believe what a stranger tells them, or what somebody they barely know tells them, versus somebody that they trust and have known for a while. And so there's actually a portion of people that are like this. They're easy to manipulate, unfortunately, and they're like this. They actually would trust a stranger more than somebody that they should trust. And it's obviously a problem that they have to work on, but they don't know that. And the scammer does. So it's a sales tactic, actually. Salesmen actually know this. And this is the part where I will never do this, and never did this when I used to teach martial arts. And this is where I would sort of disagree with even my instructor at times, and some other people that used to sort of teach me about business and stuff like that, and try to tell me, well, at the end of the day, it's just a business. I understand that, but at the end of the day, I also have integrity, and I'm not going to take advantage of people where I see, this is dishonest. This is a dishonest way of conducting yourself, just to later on the road surprise spring this on somebody. It's dishonest. So, and that's all that's going to happen. They'll just realize it eventually. So, my point is that you shouldn't, if you're going to sell to somebody, be as honest as you can, because the whole point is that then there's a mutual respect. If the person expects that you won't make any, there should be zero expectation that the salesman's not going to make money. He's a salesman. That's what he does. He has to make money. So expect, again, that sort of thing to happen. So don't expect the business or the salesperson to not make money off of that sale. Don't expect that. That is a problem that people have, where they want to get something as cheaply as possible, but they have no expectation that the person has to make money off of it. Don't expect that, but then at the same time, have knowledge about what these things cost, and obviously, somebody's ripping you off. Obviously, that's there's a lot of that going on. So, if prices are going up because of frickin' tariffs, like if removing a tariff would cause prices to go down, why wouldn't you do it? And again, prices were already going up, but now they're going skyrocketing because of tariffs. Why wouldn't you get rid of the tariff? So, that's a perfect example there, where he's taking advantage of the fact that most people don't know what a tariff is and who pays for it. So, again, just forcing these tariffs, where, again, you'd go to the grocery store and have no clue why everything's, again, people are just going to say, everybody's going to say something different, and they're not, they don't really know. So, and then maybe even, again, like I've said, I've already given you an example here where a business owner might be ignorant to it too. They might not even know. And that's what's a shame, is when a business owner wouldn't know about these tactics and stuff like that, and then they actually end up being taken advantage of by something or something like that. So that's unfortunate too. Like, all right, for example, most restaurants, a lot of this mistake they make, the business mistake they make, is thinking it's cheaper and better to order a bunch of frozen food from a wholesaler and heat it up. It's just not the case. And it takes a bit of research in the area you have your restaurant to figure it out. But you can get local deliveries and stuff like that. You just have to know what's local, that, again, you can have a menu based on that. And sometimes you might not. Again, if you want to have an Italian restaurant or whatever you want to have, make sure you can open that where you can get those local deliveries. Again, if you're doing something ultimately somebody can just do at home, why are you doing that as a profession? Somebody's not going to go out to eat that. So the problem is these guys aren't even chefs and learning how to do their trade. They're just heating up food. And then they're so stubborn about being told not to do that they're like, oh, I'm a gourmet chef. And then you don't even heat, like, you literally heat up food. What's the most you do? Cook pasta? Oh yeah, and then you do that in bulk and store it. And then heat that up too. So it's absurd. And then my point is that all it takes is those local deliveries every day where you have a limit of like however many items on the menu, and maybe even some of those items might be ingredients that can carry over into some other things, not everything, but some other things, so that way you can maybe have a couple more things on the menu, but again, that's because you're using those ingredients where you'd be able to get more whole foods locally, where it's not frozen crap that you're just ordering and reheating. Because again, that's not a chef, that's not a restaurant or a business really of any kind. That is literally somebody ordering a bunch of frozen food and heating it up. And then you're paying for it. That's all that is. It's literally all it is. You're paying for somebody to order a bunch of frozen food and heat it up. So, truthfully, there's so many people that don't understand really basic things about, just certain markets. Like the gaming market, the restaurateur market, the entrepreneur market in general. Just being a solo owner of something in general. A lot of people don't understand the differences in the demographics of each market, and then how somebody would actually capitalize easily versus doing it stupid, versus making a bunch of really poor choices where it's almost like your choices are based on propaganda instead of like fact or something. Like you think these things because a Republican told you instead of looking them up, stuff like that. So first of all, a lot of it's location. Location is so crucial to everything. Signage, accessibility. So again, if you're a restaurant, you open a restaurant, and literally right down the street, like again, you're a pizza place. Let's say you're opening a pizza place, and there's a pizza place right down the street, and they're already really good. Like, they're doing pretty well, and you're so foolish that you're doing this, and now you're, not only that, but you're reheating food, you're ordering, like, you're not even doing it right, and you're wondering why everybody goes there. And again, you didn't pay respect to that business. You didn't open something else. You opened a pizza joint. You didn't go, all right, there's a pizza joint there. Maybe I'll try to go like Italian then instead. Like where it's more of a specialized Italian instead of pizza necessarily. So there you go. There's a good compromise. And then limit that to smarter things that maybe that place doesn't do. Maybe they don't do they don't get a regular local delivery of bread that you can find out that you can get or something like that. So now maybe you can get a local bread delivery and you can do some more specialized sandwiches with prosciutto or something like that, where again, maybe that guy's not doing that, but now you can do it and you can capitalize on a lunchtime rush. He does well at dinner time. You can go lunchtime rush. You can do this, but again, you have to do it smart and right. Otherwise, don't do that. Do it the smart way and go even more basic. If there's no restaurant, there's where you open the restaurant. Okay? I mean, it's that simple. You know, a bunch of restaurants there, why are you going to open another one? Unless, again, they made the same mistake, you know, where it's like chicken, you know, and stuff like that. And then there's no place that has beef or something like that, you know. It's that basic. It's that basic sometimes. So, I think that obviously this is an education. This is a general education thing. But, you know, that should call out just how bad the general education is. Most people should kind of know regular things like that and be able to kind of be, you know, like, yeah, all right, that makes sense, you know, and just know that stuff and agree with it. And instead, you just have all these business owners not willing to accept when somebody does tell them something that is along those lines, and they actually argue it, and it's valid, and it's like you can't even argue that. It's like literally valid, and the person just argues it up and down. And so, a lot of that's happening here. A lot of that is what's happening here, where you have a lot of people that they're probably doing something a certain way that they shouldn't be doing it. And maybe they're making money off of it, but it's hurting some other people on the platform. And they shouldn't be doing it that way. And they're being told about it. People are calling them out. There's some things going on that they don't consider. They have their heads shoved firmly up their own rear ends. And nobody fixes anything. Everybody just thinks that they know everything. So it's not limited to restaurants and stuff. No, it's everywhere. It's education. It's in everything, unfortunately. And that's what's happening everywhere, where people, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but are not at the status quo of I don't know, smarts, you know, to just simply make the decision to do this or that. I you know, again, that's all I'm saying. It's not a collective thing where I think everybody's dumb or something like that. No, there's some smart people out there, and there's a lot of intelligence that people have towards certain areas. But you need a more general education and a more general understanding of things, and that's all I'm trying to say, and actually try to encourage people to do. Just to if somebody calls you, you know, stupid or something like that, challenge that. Be like, well, man, if he's right, I kind of have to laugh at that and be like, yeah, he's sort of right, you know. But if he's not, and I'm right, well, then that's when you go, no, you're the stupid one, and you call him out for you know, not respecting your intelligence, because the whole point is that that would be somebody that's just trying to belittle you instead of trying to help you. The whole point is that that's not my message, and it shouldn't be the message. It really shouldn't be. You know, again, it's just that, like I said with politics, the people that are being taken advantage of, that vote even more the Republicans and stuff like that, think about it. The people that spend all day doing their jobs, they don't have time to become informed. You know, police, mechanics, things like that, where these people are very clearly, obviously more inclined to vote a certain way. We know that. We've seen that, kind of. You know. And arguably, The other connection is that they just don't have time to research this stuff. And maybe it's that they don't want to. You know, it never really made sense to them, so they don't really want to. Does it resonate with them? Yeah. And you know, like, whereas I want to just find out the truth, so to me, I guess it's interesting, but I would obviously rather the negative stuff not be true. You know what I mean? Like, I would obviously rather that. But yeah, it's out of the I want to learn, and many other people don't. It's absolutely that. It's absolutely I want to learn, and a lot of people, they don't want to learn. Most people, it's somebody else appears more intelligent than them, and they feel a certain way about that. And instead of kind of admitting a little bit that maybe that person, all right, was a little bit right, they sort of back this really crazy idea. So I have to call that out a little bit and start saying, look, some of these things are as simple as when I really, really, really can just dismiss the fact that, again, they're just border patrol. They shouldn't even be in cities, let alone identifying as police, having police written on. And again, along those same lines, they can't even make traffic stops. They don't have jurisdiction to do this. They're not using marked cars to do this. Again, if they were doing it, they would have to be marked. They would have to be clearly visible that when they step out, you can clearly tell they're police. And as they're doing this and forcing people off the road illegally, you know, just really, really fast to rage for forcing people off the road because they don't have lights, they all get out with guns drawn at the person. Police don't do that, and they don't have authorization to do that. If the person wasn't really doing anything, you know what I mean? And you can't say that they were eluding because you were not in a police vehicle to let them know they need to pull over. That's the purpose the lights are for. So you have all these things written into the law, and then you again blatantly use a bunch of people that don't know and don't do those things every day. So they make those very basic mistakes right in front of you. Don't understand that they must identify as police to the point of even having it on their person. You can't walk around. You know, there's a reason why, like, sometimes when you see, like, body cam footage and stuff like that, and there's a bunch of, you know, uniform cops and stuff standing around, sometimes there'll be a detective or somebody standing there with like a badge around their neck or something in plain clothes, because the whole point is they put that on. They were in plain clothes for whatever they were doing, investigations, stuff like that. But now, because it's very official and it's all on body cam and they're doing like paperwork and stuff, the person wants to identify as an officer, so they put that on so that the person knows who they are. And they're not lying about this, trying to deceive them. You know, it's very right there in front of them so that you can see. And so this is the whole point behind this, where you can clearly see, again, just the whole point is that if they cared at all about the other side and about people, you know, they would not care about the fact of how radical it seems to them. They wouldn't care that it's a radical side or anything. They would just care about doing the lawful things they're supposed to do to make sure that people, because again, we're talking about enforcement, and possibly, again, with enforcement, people harm can come to people. We've seen that. So the whole point is you must use responsibility. Again, identifying as police to the point that the person, there's no question, they can see you and clearly visible. You are a clothed police officer. This is taught in the schools. You know, that's the whole point. You always have them look the same. And you teach, it says police, that's police. You know, it's not federal border agents. You know, and the whole point is that, again, in addition to that, they must follow very strict procedures and stuff that are put in place to protect the public and anybody that's a bystander and stuff like that, and even the person that might just be getting a traffic stop or something like that. We're not, again, like, this is what we're talking about. So just regular, most people don't understand how the law works in regular policing and stuff like that. So, and then more so the people that have been lied to by the guy that kind of lies about everything regularly. So these people are just very misinformed and truthfully probably believe that that's the case, you know, and so, you know, we see that happening, but that they're just taking advantage of your ignorance. The fact that you would call for that and call for that militarization, they're counting on that ignorance where you're backing this up because you have some sort of agenda where you hate immigrants. So now all they have to do is use your hate for immigrants and just frame it as that. But really all he's doing is going after specific people that he's like scared of or something like that. And just framing it as some sort of agenda where you would be confused and you would believe he's actually doing this to stop crime. But then you look at the numbers and some of, again, what the reports are coming in. The media usually doesn't really benefit from lying to you. Like, again, fake news and stuff, the whole thing is fake. Everything's a lie and you can always tell. But the media themselves, they don't really benefit from that. It doesn't benefit them to regularly lie. They actually benefit when they tell the truth because they broke this story. It's breaking news and you heard it there. They do not benefit from sitting here and trying to just lie in mass. And so when you see Fox News do that so much, you really should know who you shouldn't trust. Like, the point is, this is not a benefit to anybody to do that. It's a benefit, again, to report the news and report the things that have actually happened, because, again, if you can badmouth it, counter it, and say it didn't happen, it makes them look really, really bad. So why would they do that? They're not going to do that. They don't make a habit of doing that. It would just be foolish. Just like police wouldn't make a habit of showing up in force and using just the regular cars and stuff like that. These are Border Patrol agents that, again, are showing up because they're ordered to do this, and they shouldn't. So again, that's just one example of how propaganda can be used to confuse the public and people that have no clue what's going on, just because you wouldn't understand the due process of stop an ID. Because most people think that that's like a legal thing where you can not really. It's really not. Like, there's still a lawful process, a probable cause. It blurs the lines a little bit. But, again, that's so police, not federal border agents. Because they don't have jurisdiction to do that. So, that's what I'm talking about. So, still they would have to go through police and get police. You get what I'm saying? Like, it would still have to be a different process. So, like, you can see how, like, people would be really confused, and then, again, maybe one group is really mad that ICE is there and charged about it, even though they can't really do anything, except they sort of are, even though they can't. That's the part that they're protesting, that they sort of are, even though they really shouldn't be able to. So you gotta recognize it's not all that radical that they're calling that out. So that's the part they're protesting. Yeah, obviously people throwing stuff and being dumb about it, they're going to use that. But just recognize that's the point. They're going to use it if they can. So don't do that. Don't give them what they want. That's where you're not understanding, okay? So The people organizing are the smart ones. The ones that are organizing, unfortunately. They're really mad and they're really ticked off, and they show up in mass quantity to, you know, like just like the guy bad-mouthing the cops that one day. Like, again, they show up in mass quantities to confuse you. But they're the smart ones organizing attacks behind the scenes, so that way both left and right are just sort of kind of going at each other, and meanwhile they swoop in and do something, and then this side blames this side, and this side blames this side. And then they go like this, see ya, and then it's just both sides just do. You understand? So, like, somebody calls something in or something like that, they show up, start putting the perimeter, backing people up, doing what they normally do. Other people hear about it, now they start showing up. They're like, what the heck's going on? Why are they even here? What the hell? Ah! And then they're like, what the hell's wrong with these people? We got a call. We're supposed to be here. And then so both sides are going at each other. And then meanwhile, the whole point is that they're really not. It's supposed to be police. If that, you know what I mean. It shouldn't be like the border patrol is supposed to be on the border. It doesn't make sense. So that's why people are protesting. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, both sides are going at each other. Obviously, it's just a protest. Obviously, the whole point is, the president still has to do something, and he should. But anyway, the point is, they are protesting. They have a right to, and then the other side, they get a call or get ordered to do this, and they see it their way, and they're like, what the heck's wrong with these people, right? So then you have both sides going at each other. So, okay, so you have this, you have the radical side, right? And then the radical side, right? So they're like, man, we got a call, we got told to do this, we're supposed to just be doing this. Man, we don't want you here. We have police for this, crime is down, we don't need you here. Tear gas, we hate ICE, And then meanwhile, the smart people that are watching, that are organizing crimes and stuff like that, all these are, and they come in and go, blow up a cop car, destroy a building, blow up a cop car. And then when the tear gas settles, it just looks like, you know, of course. Just saying. Why would somebody remove a like just now? Oh, the stream was at 4 likes for like the past like hour. Bam. Right as soon as I subbed that. Bam. Really fascinating stuff, man. Just really fascinating stuff. Haha. It's funny. I don't know what's funny. I don't know what I said that's funny. What's funny about that? Haha. What is that funny? It's funny? What did I say that was funny? I'm genuinely curious. Or like 100%. 100%, yeah. That's what's happening. Yes, 100%. Yes, more like that, not laugh. I don't understand what's funny about. So apparently the person hitting the laugh emoji again, like, again, I'm talking about how a third group is coming in. You know, these radical groups fighting each other and not solving anything right in front of you. And then a third group comes in and actually commits the acts of terror. And again, they're unliking, they're removing likes, hitting the laugh emoji, hitting confetti. You know, not 100%, not agreeing with it. No, it's funny. Why? What's funny about that? I don't. It's not a normal. I don't think that's normal. I certainly wouldn't think it's funny. You know, that wouldn't be my response if I were in a stream and I heard that. I don't think I'd hit the laugh emoji. Again, I might hit 100%. I might hit something in agreement or just nothing at all. If I didn't like it, I might stop watching and be like, this guy's retarded. I'm just going to watch something else. But again, I wouldn't sit here endlessly every stream waiting for those moments that he says exactly those things and then laugh emoji, confetti, or like, unlike, bitrate shift, like, unlike, laugh emoji, confetti. Yeah, that's not something that I would do. Man, this is just really, really funny to that person. This person thinks this is really funny. It's really funny. Removed another like as soon as I made the screen bigger. Not sure why. Most people would like it that I made the screen bigger instead of trying to squint at a smaller little screen. So again, just more complete nonsense. This doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just complete opposite of what you'd expect. I made the screen bigger. Unlike... What the fuck? No. Nope. Oh, there goes another one. Unlike. Just removed another like. Yep. Right as I said that. Imagine that. Wow. Wow, I'm calling out the bullshit scam and they're removing even another like. Wow. Holy shit. Wow. It's kind of like a bunch of people going into a stream just to bully somebody for wearing a fucking cowboy hat. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. Like, I don't understand why people are so dumb. It's a hat. Just a hat. Hats are cool, actually. Pretty fucking sweet. Yeah. So that's the real reason. That person looked pretty fucking sweet in that hat. So, you know. And it's the real reason. I mean, it's true. They're just trying to throw shade on the fact that that person's on the up. They look freaking sweet in that hat. And people are just like, oh, let's hate on this person because, you know, they're wearing a hat that looks good. It's that simple. Oh, yeah, right. Remove 2 likes. Yeah, now that gets 2 likes taken off. We were at 4. Instantly 2 likes come off. Wow. Now we're at 2. Should make headphones a little like cowboy hat. Yeah, I can't wear it with the headphones. There's no way. It doesn't work. Like, yeah, it just doesn't. You can't do it. Yeah, definitely had to do the stream without sound while doing that. But yeah, I mean, it's exactly like that. It's exactly like sitting here and randomly making fun of people just because they're wearing hats in the stream. There was again, a huge group of people going around making fun of anybody playing Hogwarts Legacy back a while back. You know, anybody playing streaming Hogwarts Legacy right when it first came out, a bunch of retards were going into streams and chats making fun of people, making them cry, stuff like that, spoiling the game. Yeah. Yep, that was actually happening. It's fucked up. That's really fucked up. I am really sick and tired of all this anti-Harry Potter bullshit, anti-J.K. Rowling bullshit, and I'm tired of it from LGBTQ too. They need to fucking stop too. They're doing it too. It's so stupid. You gotta stop this. You are also radical. Okay, MAGA is radical. You are the radical side of the Democrats. It's really fucking annoying. And it gives us all a bad name. There are plenty of normal fucking people that support Democrats. Stop it. Stop canceling shit because your feelings are all hurt. If I could count the number of times somebody hated me just because that person was fat, I swear to God. I swear to God it's a thing. There are some people that they have a problem, you know, an overweight problem or something like that. They could do some things to work on it. It is a health concern. They could do some things to overcome this. But no. They will victimize and get people to feel sorry for them and hate and actually attack and bully people that are thin and stuff like that, and point the finger and like get people to dislike them and stuff like that because they're fat. They hate that person, and they want everybody else to hate that person too because that person is thin naturally. So they just have a hate for them because they were given this thing in their DNA or something that makes them thin. And so they look at this person like, you know, they need to take them down a few pegs and stuff like that. They have no idea what that person deals with being thin, too, vice versa, the person being fat. But they actually would hate on them and take them down some pegs. Because, again, from their perspective, to them, that looks healthy. That looks like popular. It looks like, you know, what is the answer to all their problems, you know? That's how they look at it. They look at it like if they could just sit here and get everybody to hate that person, and everybody could see them causing it, oh boy, everybody would love them. That's what the bully does. And usually it's, again, something like that. They're fat, you know, they have a like a weird haircut or something like that, and it's different than the normal, and people don't know how to cut their hair, so, you know, like, it's just that sort of thing, where, like, there's something off from the normal, and they're looking at it like that. Instead of it being a unique quality, they actually do it themselves, and so now they look at everybody else like this, too. It's like a problem with themselves. And so, like, the amount of times a fat person bullied me is unbelievable. It's true. It's true. Like, it was always something very, very, very blatantly obvious. And I would always be the person that tried to be the better person and didn't insult back, you know? And it's the sort of thing where it's like, man, this guy... You know, I'm just talking way back. I'm not talking adults. Adults deserve it. I'm talking way back. But like way back, you know, it's the sort of thing where it was like, man, this guy, he is literally the dirtiest, dumbest, smelliest mother effer of them all. And I could give it to him so easily. And he's picking on the one thing, you know, like he's picking on me for like this one dumb, obvious thing that's not really that big of a deal, you know, and trying to bully it and stuff like that. So, it's always that. Somebody is doing that to them, or they do it to themselves, or something like that, and it's this ingrained thing. And this is the issue. That's the third party. It's these smart people that have a problem, and they just want to attack everybody else for the problem that they have. So I'm just telling you, if you try to understand why those people, you won't. Those people are, you know, like the Joker or something like that, where, you know, they've been through something traumatic. It has changed them. And they're just going to forever bully other people. They won't have the little, you know, like other people that deal with that, they'll have the little, you know, the little angel on each shoulder, right? The, you know, the conscience on the shoulder, right? That goes, now. Right? So, normal people will get that. Evil people will just get the one. Okay? And so that's your example. That's your analogy. Okay? It's true though. And that's what's happening here. I'm just attacked. Just because. And people just choose not to like you. If they don't like you, they can't just not like you. You know, they have to be psychotic and take all their shit out on you. No, it's actually the opposite. They actually like you then, and they're wrong about that. They don't actually understand their own emotions. Yeah, they're actually seeking acceptance in you, actually. Which is why it ends up turning into hate with people, too, because then they hate that person when that person doesn't accept them. That's why. So hence why, like, Trump probably knows this to a certain degree, hence why he doesn't condemn people that commit, that were committing those attacks. He was scared. He was scared he would be an attempt. And there was twice after that, like, way after that. But that was like, when he was, like, going the second time around, like, that was not even close to when. So he should have just condemned these people. Because now there's so many people that feel justified to be terrorists in this country. Because, like, right in broad daylight, Border Patrol is conducting acts of terrorism. So other people are going to do it too, when they know it's so regular, just like you see on here. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I was trying to find a good summary. I think I found it. You should definitely connect the dots to what's happening. I mean, it's not a mystery that this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen. I tried to tell you that it just is the next step, where they gain more access and it's more regular. So, some people are being attacked and targeted. And what it is again, these groups, including the feds, they do it too. They want to, just like where I have these reactions that seem like outbursts or rage-filled or something like that. You're supposed to recognize, like, the response in that, where we get, like, bots viewing the stream and we get promoted and stuff. Recognize that somebody's doing that and right then. They weren't promoting the stream when we're having a good stream, but when I'm, like, raging out and have this. So, again, people that do that. So if they know that somebody is, like, like doing rage reactions or rage streams and stuff like that, or they know that this person does react this way to certain things, all they gotta do is start, like, again, keeping that list of those pressure points on that person and start doing those things just like with me during my stream, where they get those responses. And so again, if this is triggering to certain groups of people or certain people that they're targeting, obviously they'll get those people to watch that stream, for purposes of triggering that person. Okay? So I obviously am not, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to worry about me, okay? So, like, that's the point. Like, they probably didn't realize this. They probably, like, at first thought I was one of the ones that they could use to do these things. But, like, the Charlie Kirk thing and stuff like that, that's what you have to understand. Like, this stuff that's happening is legitimately people that are just stupid, lost people, and nobody helped them. They have problems. The FBI and some of these really smart terrorists know this, and they're targeting them, and they're using them to commit acts of terror, because they're just doing the thing that you see here, where they're using those pressure points that they have already kept a list of. So now they just come in and trigger that person a little more. Remember, he was talking with friends on Discord before this happened, all about doing it. He was charged about something. Something charged him up. Yeah, because he was talking about it. If it was premeditated, like he had a problem, he would have planned this way in advance. This guy would have been like, There would have been all this evidence. You would have... No. This was just a dude. Very lost. Very confused and stupid. But just a dude. And they know that. And they just knew all they had to do was manipulate this dude in just the right way to get him to think all the problems that have been happening to him are because of Charlie Kirk. That's all they have to do. And then again, really, really press that when he's pissed. That's all they're doing. That is all they're doing. And these are common, again, you watch an interview with somebody talking about the CIA and stuff like that, they'll tell you stuff like this. This is just stuff that I figured out. Is that stuff that's like secret that, I have to say in a skiv or anything like that. This is stuff that you can figure out, okay? And it's stuff that smart people regularly should know. Just people should be aware of. Especially if they're going to have kids. This should be regular common knowledge. Should be. And it's not. People are foolish to this. And quite frankly, they're manipulating them to do this so that way in a few years, they've already done it. Now they're Nazis. They have groomed them. Yep. What do you think they're doing with the feds? Why do you think they're doing this? What do you think the real reason is they're doing this? And then, you have people in my chat bragging about how there's sign-on bonuses to ICE and stuff like that. Interesting. Yeah. You want me to join ICE? Okay. I'll join ICE. I promise you, if you get me in ICE, all I'm gonna do is pay a visit to the CIA. That's all I'm gonna do. Because I promise you, the CIA would severely benefit from an inside man on ICE. Because I promise you, the CIA does not like the fact that they spend huge amounts of time and resources protecting the U.S. Huge amount of time spent wasted on again, agents dying just to get pieces of intel to protect you. And then this faggot in charge is so blatantly taking federal funds and killing civilians. I promise you, the CIA would absolutely benefit from having a man on the inside. So, yeah, go ahead. You want me in ICE? All right. I'll join ICE. Sure. Cool. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Put me in ICE. I'll just dismantle the whole thing. Because it's fucking stupid anyway. It's a huge waste of resources. It doesn't need to exist. It's true. I would literally just dismantle it. I would prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, it doesn't need to exist. Yeah. I could do that. A smart person could really do that too. Simply plant somebody in there and, you know, just sort of slowly, oh, I don't know, maybe, maybe, maybe you're supposed to, you know, do something with, you know, when you show up to an area or something like that. But maybe, you know, before you do something else instead, so that way people know what's going on, you know. Because I can promise you, ICE is showing up and just oh boy, all they're doing is murdering people, and the FBI is covering it up. That's all that's happening. Yeah. That's probably the first place I'd go. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Notice how I said I'll go to the CIA? Yeah, because I'm not a traitor. Like Trump. See, Trump would sit here and betray you and go to Putin for help, which is what he's doing, by the way. That's what's happening. You know that, right? He's doing this. Putin wants it like this. Yeah, I know, confetti. I know, just conveniently right then. Yeah. Again, really? What a stupid time to hit that. You know, there's even it's almost like people are dumb or something. You know what I mean? Oh boy. Alright, well, I have to waste some time. I have to waste some time with some updates and stuff now. Yeah, I gotta sit here and figure some stuff out here. I gotta waste time. And, you know, again, it's important to remember that I am wasting these scammers' time too, because instead of them doing what they were doing, they're endlessly harassing me for no reason whatsoever. That's right. I'm wasting their time over and over and over. I know, see? Laugh emoji. It's so funny, right? It's so funny. It's so funny that they hit the laugh emoji a lot and then removed their like. Confetti. I know, confetti. I know. It's so untrue that the person sitting here trying to throw shade on everything, right as I say something, you know, again, all these things, conveniently right as I say them, you know, it's so untrue that, again, they would remove their like right then and start laughing. Yep. Yep. Totally. And that's a totally normal response, too. Totally. Because, again, you know, normal fucking people, that's how they act in a stream. Totally. That's how normal fucking people... You know, again, people don't just watch the stream. You know, they don't just watch it and ignore it, or... You know, half the time they don't even pay attention to the likes or even know where that button is anymore. You know? Let alone mess with the emojis, but, you know... Totally normal thing. People to just... I say something and just... Like, unlike, like, unlike, like, unlike. And remember all the times where we had hundreds of likes instantly on the stream, all for hundreds of likes to instantly come off, while there weren't hundreds of people in the stream. Again, we just 8 people in the stream or something like that. So they're obviously not doing that anymore. Like, we've seen enough of that they're trying not to do that anymore. Like, that was too obvious. So they're obviously not doing that anymore. But, like, you know, you need to realize I called that out recently. Remember, that was recently. I called that out. So, you know, so blatantly obvious. So they sort of kind of stop kind of doing like they're kind of, all right, that is kind of obvious. We had a shitload of likes on the stream. And then suddenly remove said shitload of likes. And there's not that many people in the stream, obviously. And they were doing this for so long. They were doing it every stream for like fucking 5-6 fucking months straight. Like every fucking stream. All the way up until the point I said that. Yeah. Come on. Totally normal. Totally normal. Yep. Totally normal. So again, I know why this is happening, and I know that it's because of, you know, again, lies and scamming. Again, all somebody would have to do is speak directly to me. That's all they'd have to do. They're not doing that. They're talking to the scammer that's feeding them lies. So all they'd have to do is talk directly to me. It would be very obvious, and it would clear things up very quickly. Just very, very obviously state, you know, certain things, and they'd probably realize it and be like, oh, I guess that makes sense now. But no! I just, believe in a retarded scammer that makes up entire stories, and I've already assured you of what some of these stories are and how absurd they actually sound. I know confetti. Right then, too. Right then, too. Confetti, right then. Just right then. So, it's very clear that there's just some scamming going on here where somebody is, again, trying to just get something bad to happen to somebody. That's all. And that is an act of terror. Doesn't matter what the something bad is. You know, again, you're spreading terror, acts of terror. You're committing an act of terror on a civilian. It's very clear that this has been politically motivated. It's very clear. We've had lots of evidence of that. You know, a lot of that was happening. You know, streams were getting interfered with, abruptly ended way back during election time. Seemingly no reason for the stream to just randomly end. So, again, these are acts of terror. And yes, it's just MAGA. These are individuals that are very charged about what I'm saying, and they know me. That's it. And they don't like what I'm saying, and they're actually sitting here disrupting my free speech on my own channel. They're actually doing that. So yeah, actually terrorism. It actually is terror. That is literally the definition of terror. Because I have every right to sit here and say whatever I want about politics on my platform. Every right. Abrupt stream ends, disconnections. For no reason. Except again, we're talking about Trump around election time and how terrible he is. Around election time, we were having all this interference where they were sitting here and absolutely abruptly ending almost every single stream they could. Especially the ones where we're sitting here talking about Trump and how bad he would be for the country and warning you and predicting all of the stuff that would happen. And I did predict it. Just as many other people predicted certain other things too. He is very predictable, which is why other countries like him. Russia and China and North Korea. That's why they like him, because, again, easy to manipulate. Predictability is easy manipulation. Guy is fucking stupid. And he's making everybody in this country stupid too. He's taking them all down to his dumb level. He is dumb as shit. Now this guy thinks that fucking wind turbines cause cancer. This guy is that fucking stupid. This is the same asshole that during an eclipse, a solar eclipse, while not wearing sunglasses, he looks directly up at the sun. Same fucking retard that embroiders a hat that says, I was right about everything. What does that tell you about that faggot's behavior if he has to embroider a hat that says he's right about everything? Has there ever been a history of any president ever wearing just shitloads of makeup? That guy looks like a fucking clown. And again, I'm not talking about a couple of little spots of cover-up here and there for the cameras. I'm talking his entire face is orange. And as I have been saying this lately, far more and drawing attention to it, he has very specifically made sure that they never leave a line anymore. Remember you used to see the line on the side of his face? And it was really bad and it was obvious. He makes sure they never do that. It goes on his ears, neck, behind the fucking... Yep. Rationalize that. The guy is orange. And he wants... Oh my god. If you see an ounce of white on his fucking skin, holy shit. Come on, man. Come on, man. Is that really what you want for a fucking president? Come on, man. I'd rather fucking aviators, weak knees, open mouth staring. I'd rather that. Yep. sounds a lot better. It does. Then, again, I was right about everything, even though you're clearly not. Everything you've ever said is wrong. Misusing federal funds, tax breaks to billionaires, raising middle-class taxes, tariffs that are crippling the economy. Lost $1 trillion. Is actually falling asleep on camera. Bragging about taking numerous cognitive exams. Redacting files he was a court ordered to release, redacting them anyway. And it's somehow better. How's that? How's that working out? Think Harris would have done any of this? Or do you think, again, since she was also the vice president for the past 4 years, she's probably the best person for the job? Just like we've seen before. Where George H.W. Bush, vice president for Reagan, does an awesome job, gets elected president. Controversial, but when you look back at what he did, he made some hard decisions. And they poised us for Clinton to be successful. They did. And he wasn't liked because of his stance on AIDS, that's all. It was an LGBTQ thing. That's all it was. That's a goddamn Christian stance. It's literally all it was. That is your political mumbo jumbo. Oh yes, 3 likes and we remove 1 right when I say that. This is not normal fucking behavior, okay? You're just trying to throw shade on my reasonable take on this. Again, you're fucking retarded. Nobody normal does that. So I just really want to call that out right then. That I'm very clearly being reasonable about these politics. Telling you reasonable things that make sense. Confetti. Removal of like. Exactly the same views we've seen. 5. Removal of like. Laugh emoji. Confetti. You know, again, I'm very clearly hitting the nail on the head. Just like the stuff I said earlier that was very telling of the person doing this. On confetti, removal of like, laugh emoji, like, unlike, confetti, removal of... Yeah, it's the same thing. I'm saying something true, and they want to throw a shade on it. So again, you can just basically say that, yeah, it's true. That's a true thing because they want to throw shade on that. They know it's true, so they're sitting here. Oh my god, shut him up. Oh, remove like. Oh my god. Oh, he's saying something again that makes sense. Holy shit. That's what they're doing. I'm just saying reasonable things. George H.W. Bush. Successful vice president for Reagan. Again, he was the one with the experience. He ran the country. Reagan didn't have any experience. He was an actor. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing. George H.W. Bush was a career politician. He ran the country. And then became president. And again, made some controversial decisions at the time. But they poised the country for what it would become. And controversial is often the correct decision. Not always, but often. People just literally, they don't want change. They're afraid of it. Ha ha ha. Yeah, laugh emoji. Ha ha ha. But again, he had a stance where, again, I think he regretted this later, his stance on AIDS. But he had a stance on something where it didn't. This was just the Christian way to be at the time. He had to say this or he wouldn't get the fucking Christian vote. Christians are dumb as fuck. Okay? They're ruining the country. It's them. Okay, I'm just putting that out there. They're a bunch of retards that are ruining the country. Okay? So that's the point. He has to lie and be dishonest about this because it's not Christian to feel this way. And, you know, this isn't the... Or, you know, I mean, like, I'm sorry, it is the Christian way. He has to say this because he has to appear Christian. And if he's not Christian, holy fucking shit. So, the whole point is you need to stop that. That's so dumb. He probably would have felt the opposite way. He probably would have been like, yeah, that sucks. AIDS is terrible. We need to do something about that shit. But because of Christians, he had to lie and be like, well, that's a gay thing. I have to be against that. It's true. Literally, it's the... You know, I had somebody that's actually gay get really angry and triggered that I pointed out that AIDS is a gay thing. He became really pissed off and triggered. He was like, no, it's not. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Take it back. No, it isn't. No, you shouldn't say that. No, it isn't. Yes, it fucking is. Yes, it is. People get AIDS for having butt sex. What are you, stupid? I just, again, this is the problem. LGBTQ, like, these people are so emotional and triggered when you say something that's true. They're just like, I hate him! And then they talk about you. They hate you. They get others to hate you. This person did this. He did do this. He went and told everybody, got them to hate me, probably told them a certain way. And meanwhile, he's an idiot. Because it's right. It's true. Just, like, simply fucking look it up. Literally that basic. And he's that dumb. So after that, because I am me, and you guys know I hold myself accountable, I looked it up just to be sure. Yep. Right after that, I looked it up. Yep. And the funny thing is, I had a computer right in front of me. Yeah, I looked it up right after I had the conversation. He walked away like a jackass. Literally the very next thing was I Googled it. And sure enough, I'm right. Overwhelmingly. Solely aside from the fact that it's literally the whole thing surrounding Freddie Mercury. Wholly aside from the fact that it's literally the thing that they fucking talked about with Freddie Mercury, and the entire reason why George H.W. Bush felt the way he did about it, and all the propaganda surrounding it. Wholly aside from that, again, you're fucking retarded. There's, like, entire movies on this. There's entire fucking movies on this. It's in a fucking System of a Down song, for Christ's sake. God, I just, listen, man, I just can't. People, man. I cry when angels deserve to die. It's true. It's true. That's true. I just... There's so many lyrics and so many songs that these people probably listen to. It's probably right in there somewhere, and they just... Do you have any idea how many songs, too, were about this? There were, seriously were. And like, it was a whole culture thing. It was a culture shock, actually. Not really a boom, a shock. And, again, led to a more awareness of STDs and sex ed in the 90s. I swear to God. If you paid attention, you looked it up, you'd realize that too. And then now we've come full circle, where parents are like, oh my God, I don't want my kid learning about sex! And then they don't learn about it and don't understand it. So they do it all the time and want to do it all the time and don't understand the dangers. And then they want to just do it all the time and don't understand the dangers. I promise you, if you make more people, if you force more men to watch the video that we were forced to watch, yeah, you know what I'm gonna say, right? If they forced more men to watch women giving birth, like get them to sign that fucking permission slip, watch the video of a woman giving birth, and everybody's forced to watch this and forced to see on video what certain STDs look like. This is what your shit's gonna look like if you get this STD. Yeah, you're gonna have this problem, and trust me, it ain't going away. It's gonna show up here, and here, and here, and here. Oh yeah! It ain't just gonna be where you think it's gonna be, where you can hide it. It's gonna be every fucking where. If they did that, any idea how many people would be like, where's that abstinence thing again? Where the fuck? Give me the fucking give me the abstinence. Bring it here. Bring it. Let's sign that shit right now. Do you have any idea how many people would take the same mentality? Because the only reason that I had that mentality, again, because I had a Bible. Most people that are Christian these days, they don't follow that. They just sort of do whatever they want and ask for forgiveness when they get it wrong. So, you're just pumping kids out. And half of you don't even pray on it. You sit there and pretend like you do, and you wanted kids. You didn't actually fucking... Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I'm gonna get out of here. See you.